Hello everyone, my name is Deltlead and welcome back to Kerbal Space Program Faster Than Light. So when we left off the previous live stream, we were having some technical difficulties, which hopefully have been resolved. But when we left off, we had gotten our ship into Jool orbit, and we had started our mission collecting science around Jool. We basically collected all of the orbital science that we were going to for this initial leg of the mission. And now we're going to start moving out to the different planets. So we have Lathe, Val, Tylo. We hit Bop on the way in, so we're not going to bother trying to hit it on the way out. And then we have Pole as our last destination, way out there on the fringes. Now, before I go any further, unfortunately, the way I have set this mission up, we don't have a relay satellite dish on the ship. And normally that wouldn't be an issue, but because we're so far away from the Kerbal Space Center, and I don't have any relay satellites in orbit of Jool right now, we actually don't have a way to communicate with any of our probes or our rover that we were going to drop off. Now, for the sake of efficiency, making sure we have as much Delta V as possible to visit all the destinations that we're trying to, and have sufficient Delta V to get back to Kerbin, I'm actually going to ditch these now, unfortunately, useless payloads. I hate to do it. I was hoping to do some more science with these, get these down on the surface of a couple of planets, but unfortunately that's not going to work out for this mission. It's just not in the cards this time. We're going to let these drift away. Slowly over time they'll proceed to drift away. This will allow us a decent amount of fuel savings because we're getting rid of all this extra mass. And it should hopefully increase the performance of the craft a little bit. This thing's pretty big in the part count department. And Kerbal Space Program, not super friendly when you start getting into the larger part counts. It runs fine for the most part, but it can kind of slow down the game a little bit. Now, the good news is, even in just the initial science we got from Bop and from Jool, we have 3,000 science points on these advanced mobile processing labs. So we're going to go ahead and transmit these. This is big science. We're talking big science. So 3,000 in this one and 2,500 in the second lab, which will bring our total science up to a little over 6,000 once we get in. We'll go ahead and time warp. This is going to take a second. It's a lot of data we're sending. 30, 36. Okay, maybe a little bit more time warp. This is a big package of research we're transmitting. How about now? 70. Okay, here we go. Now it's climbing. 80. 90. We'll get the next one ready. 3,145 science received. Go ahead and transmit the next one. And we already have almost 4 more science points on the first lab. Just in the time it took to transmit, they were able to get 4 more science points out of their research, which is great. That's lovely. Got plenty of electric charge. All these solar panels keeping the batteries charged up. The reactor itself also producing a little bit of electricity for us. $76, 84, 92, 96, complete. So that brings our total science up to 6,411. That's pretty good. It's pretty good in the science department. Clocky Clock, welcome back. We are gripping and ripping right now. So let's start planning our Lathe encounter. Now, since I've ditched those payloads, I should be able to have enough fuel to orbit. Actually go into orbit on each of these planets. We'll see whether or not that's what we actually want to do. Hold on. Hold on. Zero that one out. Okay. Nope. There we go. Let's go. Perfect. So if we wait in orbit, then we get the periaps we want. And this is a gravity assist that will kick us up. which is good. Did I make the station? No, not yet. We're going to do that this stream. I'm going to do lathe. We'll do our lathe burn-in encounter, and then once we are kind of done with that and we transmit that off, then we'll do the station. Let's focus view on lathe, see where this encounter gets us. So this is the non-ideal encounter. This is not what we want. We need something that doesn't get us quite that close. Some scientists would argue that a negative altitude periapsis is not a ideal intercept. They are cowards, of course, but for this mission, maybe we should not have a negative periapsis. Let's try a periapsis around, like, I don't know, 60, 70 kilometers probably. Let's do 70 just to be safe. Yeah, 80 is fine. 80 is a good target to have. This burn is in 2 days. So 1 whole revolution around, and then we'll do the burn. That'll put us in position. And then while we are in lathe orbit, we'll adjust our trajectory at lathe. I can do a maneuver here. I want to get not quite up to Tylo orbit. I would like to hit Val's orbit first. So maybe we burn prograde. Well, that doesn't seem to be doing it either. Well, let's cancel that burn. This is too much of a gravity assist because now we're missing Val here, which is not what I want. Could we adjust this maneuver maybe? Go slightly lower in its sphere of influence. No, that's higher. Okay, that's better. But that doesn't get us close enough because I want near and... decisions. I guess we kind of have to... Does that get us another lathe encounter? It does. That's funny. Where are the landers? We ditched them. I'm sorry. They had to go. Operational oversights prevented us from being able to use them, and I'm not going to carry the dead weight if I can help it. Unfortunately, they had to go. I feel like that's a lot. How much is that? 571? Okay, no. No, that's not going to work. Maybe we could go lathe to Tylo to Val. Could we do an anti-gravity assist? A gravity de-assist? I don't know. Let's get to Tylo first. We can think about our moves after the fact. Okay. Oh, that burn time's all jacked up. Shoot. Whoops. Oh, well. It's a slow enough orbit around Jool. It shouldn't affect us a ton. Almost there. Come on. Finish turning. There we go. All right. Throttle up on the main engine. This window is exactly useless. So that's cool. Our thrust is a little higher, though. You can actually see this number start to decrease in real time. So that'll do for now. We can watch our apoapsis start to rise. We're doing 4 times time acceleration. This engine is still slow to burn, but its efficiency unparalleled. All right, radiators are getting hot fast. Efficiency is going to start dropping off here. Specific impulse now at 5,000 and decreasing. I guess we'll just use this window because at least it provides information. Maximum thrust on engine, 138 kilonewtons. Okay. Engine heat production, 432.89. Got it. Temperature is not too bad, actually. Okay. And we are actually getting close to our encounter. All right, here we go. This is the encounter. And cut. This actually kicks us out farther. What's our periapsis? 231. Okay. Big ol' gravity assist kicks us into this much higher orbit. We'll have to figure something out. That's fine. Because we're still on the orbital plane with these planets, even though we're in this high orbit, there's a good chance, like, Tylo's got such a huge sphere of influence, we'll probably get an encounter with Tylo, and then it's just a matter of adjusting our trajectory to get kicked back into Val's orbit. And there's a lot of room to play around with that, thankfully. So we'll go ahead and shut down the engine. Don't need that operating right now. We'll go ahead and transmit the science we have accumulated in the time we have been waiting for that burn, which is another 50, it looks like. Thereabouts, a little less than 50. And we'll start coming up to our lathe encounter. So lathe is right there. Looking beautiful as always. And we are in the sphere of influence. Let's start the batch of science processing we're going to be doing here. So I'm going to aim at my science lab. Let's conduct material science study. Quite a bit of value in that, just in that. Let's transmit, observe, and transmit that. Yes. Log. This one can just go straight to the science lab. Straight to the science lab. Straight to the science lab. This one can be transmitted. Just a little bit of science left over in that. And then temperature. Straight to the lab. Let's do a crew report. Up here, transmit this one. Lab it. EVA report. Who's up? Who wants to go out? Bill? Bill hasn't had a chance to EVA in a little bit. EVA report. Keep. Store. And then we're going to do the same thing. EVA report. Keep. Store. We're going to store one in the lab, store one in the hitchhiker. The one that's in the hitchhiker will transmit. The one that's in the lab will process. And this is how we're getting so much science. We're being very, very thorough in our collecting of scientific data. That already brings us up to almost 6,600, and it stocks our labs with more data, which will keep their science production rate up, which is what we like to see. Make sure we didn't miss anything as we pass overhead. Some of these will change. Nope, already done that one. We can run this one a second time for a little bit more research data. Same for this one. Let's level up the crew since we're here. And then let's also... Oh, wrong button. Let's EVA, because we transmitted... He's over here. There he is. We transmitted the science in these. We did not add them to the lab. So, conduct materials study. Process in lab. And then goo process in the lab. Yep. And then we'll restore both in preparations for our low pass. And we'll do another EVA report. Keep that one on hand. All right. Mergus can get back into the lab and process it in the lab. All right. So we've got all of that data that we've gone through now. Now we're going to start our pass over lathe. So I'm going to wait until we get down to kind of the lower orbit. It's our altitude now. Still pretty high up. But as we pass about here, we'll see if there's anything else. The other thing we can do is our gravity. I'm going to pin this one. And do we have CurbNet access? Here we go. CurbNet access. There it is. As we pass over different biomes, if you're not using this, you're wrong. It's super handy. So the Sagan Sea, this right here, this landmass is another biome. So if you're in doubt whether you're in a biome or not, this is a really easy tool to tell you kind of where you're sitting. You can time warp or time accelerate just a little bit here. And if we can get into a non-blue color, a non-dark blue color, so like this light blue would be a different biome potentially, but we have to pass over it. It looks like we're just going to miss it on this one. However, there is a landmass that is coming up to our north that we're probably going to miss, or south. I think we're just going to blitz past it, of course. Yep. Because this is all still... Oh, here we go. Near space. So transmit. Same biome, but this time we can do some different stuff. Transmit. Lab. Log pressure data. Lab. Log pressure data. Transmit. Log temperature data. Transmit. Log temperature data. Lab. Observe mystery goo. Transmit. Yeah, transmit. We'll transmit first. And then we'll get somebody out real quick to go and reset them. Crew report. Transmit. Crew report. Lab. All right. Jebel. EVA time. Looks like we can't transmit anymore. We're out of comm signal in Eclipse, so that's fine. That's why we transmitted first. Restore, log gravity data, send it to the lab. Conduct, send it to the lab. Restore, observe, lab, EVA report, keep. Get back in. Review data. Process. And that should be it. I think we got everything off we could before we went into comms out. Yeah, it looks like we got another 500, 400, 300 science just in the stuff we transmitted. And then we added a ton to the labs. So they're back up to 3,000 data and 1,000 data. Let's see if we missed anything. Aim camera. Log gravity data. Nope. Run magnetometer report. Let's do these. There we go. All right. Process in the lab. We're going to process in the lab and then store one to transmit once we're back in comms. Do it again. One more for the lab. So now this lab should have 1,600. Great. This one has 3,300, also great. One more time on the magnetometer, please. We'll keep this one to transmit once we're back in comms. Okay, I think that's it as far as science from lathe. Initial science from lathe. Now it's time, because we have that other one saved, now it's time to look at our options for Tylo. Set this guy as a target. Do we get any rendezvous? Probably not. Probably not. I guess let's just kick it out into Jool orbit again. And slow into orbit. Yeah, we're going to have to do something to that effect. I was going to do lathe, then Val, then Tylo, and just kind of work my way out. However, I couldn't get a good lathe encounter without getting kicked way up. It was too much of a gravity assist. Let's see if I can hit Tylo. Tylo is super easy to get an encounter with because of how big its sphere of influence is. The other option is we add a maneuver and see if we can't just, cause a intercept to happen. Orbit. Ooh. I think we get an... Well, that's not an intercept I want. I think we get an intercept eventually if we just wait. Maybe let's find when that intercept happens, because you can kind of see it coming in here. Right there. Okay, so here's our intercept. Like very high above Tylo. What can we do to get it not high above Tylo? Okay, so that kicks us out of the system. Let's flip it around. Also suboptimal. But hold on 1 second. We can... This will get us to crash into Jool's surface. That's fun. Oh man, Tylo has a thick orbit. We can get a second Tylo encounter. Okay. Can I get a Val encounter out of this? If I just like skim by? No. Because that's the full sweep of the encounters we get, basically. Well, I'll take that second Tylo encounter for slightly less energy. Ooh, another lathe encounter. A Tylo and then a lathe encounter. And we start working our way back into low Jool orbit for just 60 meters per second. That's not terrible for an energy trade. A second pass at lathe I'd take, because that's another opportunity to grav assist to Val. And a second pass at Tylo. So this second Tylo pass, since it's coming at a different... No, it's one pass at Tylo and then a pass at lathe. Okay, got it. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. We'll see what we can do. I have the fuel to brute force it, but I kind of want to play it smart. Play it cool, you know? See if we can do it for less. Let's lock on here. This is going to happen in 96 days, right? So, we don't have to do this right now. We can go do the station and then just wait for it, you know? You hear what I'm saying? Level up crew again? No, everyone's been leveled up already. Let's transmit what we got. It's another 600 science, it looks like. And we can transmit this for another 178. Let's go. So this will put us up above 7,000. which is sick. It's pretty sweet. Come on, a little faster. We can go a little faster. There we go. All right, so 7,750. That's a good amount of science. Let's go back to the Space Center. And we won't do anything super long. But we can switch over. We can launch that antimatter production satellite or station. Yeah, that's kind of the idea for right now. We do want to start producing antimatter kind of early, because it takes a while to collect if we just try collecting it. We can unlock antimatter power, which is great. Unified field theory is where we get the two kind of cool engines. So there's the antimatter catalyzed fusion plasma engine, which has a thrust of 500 kilonewtons and a efficiency of 10,000. Also works in atmosphere, but far less efficient. Yes. We will do that. It uses the plasma nozzle. Fuel modes, antimatter, catalyzed deuterium helium, antimatter catalyzed helium-3. And it produces boron charged particles, deuterium, helium, lithium, deuterides. Okay. There's that guy, and then there's also the beam core antimatter engine, which I don't think works at all in atmosphere. No, it does not. It also costs 17 million. So how much does it weigh? 12 tons? 16 tons? It's actually not like that crazy heavy. It produces 7.5 terawatts. That's some thrust or some electricity. 17 million is a crazy number. Holy cow, dude. Well, shoot. Yeah, we'll go ahead and get antimatter power. I know. Like the future tech stuff starts costing wild money. Oh, wait. We got a Kerbal. Hold on, we got a Kerbal in low Jool orbit. Well, why is he out there? We have space. Do we get this guy? I think we're morally obligated to try and rescue this guy. Yeah, I think we have to rescue this guy. In fact, we got this guy. We got a guy stuck in low Kerbal orbit. That's another opportunity to fly the dagger. Literally, I will take any opportunity to do that. There's a guy in orbit around the sun, and I need to recover him and his wreck. That's less appealing. Low the sun. Rescue Magnus Kerman, who is stranded in low the sun orbit with valuable data. Return her and what's left of her. Mass 1.2 tons. I think we're morally obligated to rescue these guys. Sure, yeah, let's get them all. Let's rescue all the... Yeah, we'll get the guy from Ike, too. I mean, we can accept this contract and then just take our sweet time getting there. Now that you're working with antimatter, could you make the Endurance and have an orbit gas giant collect antimatter? We're not going to produce antimatter around a gas giant, although we are working on some long duration vehicles to get out to Jool and other planets. The station... No. We're going to build the station first. And then we'll move on to those rescue contracts. One of the guys is around a planet we're already around. So that's like a natural, thing to progress towards. So this guy we can produce antimatter with, I believe. So we're going to use him to produce antimatter. And that'll be step 1. A cargo dagger. Maybe we'll I'm considering it. I've also been like kind of mulling over different ways that we could do fuel into orbit. So these atmospheric or like these antimatter collector rings. Do I just stack them? Is that how this works? But I think I need a fuel tank to store the antimatter in. I think they have a little bit of antimatter storage inherently. I might be wrong. Okay, these ones don't. This one does. This one can store up to 1,000. Which, it's kind of big. What do we think about this as an antimatter collector? I don't know what rate it collects antimatter at. Also, how heavy is it? 6 tons? That's not crazy. 6 tons isn't a crazy weight requirement. Let's close this. I also don't know how much power the science lab costs to make antimatter. I would guess it's not going to be super cheap. Going out on a limb here, antimatter production is probably not a cheap thing to do. But that doesn't answer... that doesn't answer how we're going to store it. I think this has some inherent storage. It does. I guess you can also just put antimatter in it, which is interesting. Cylindrical drop tank radioactive. Cylindrical drop tank solid. This mod has so many parts. I gotta look through all of these. No, we're not gonna do that. Come on, let's be reasonable here, all right? Also, weren't you the one telling me to stay focused and get the antimatter station up? Nuclear, saltwater, thorium. No, that one can't store it either. Well, then what the heck am I doing? No. This is also an antimatter collector. Whoa, okay, that's a different kind of big. Jeez. How heavy is that? Only 9 tons. It's just too big. That's literally just too big. I cannot justify... Well, you're the one who wanted me to build the station. I am building a station to collect antimatter. So they're one and the same, all right? They're one and the same. Oh, this guy produces antimatter. Okay, cyclotron, antiproton. Well, then what's this guy? Positrons. But that's still not storage. I guess we'll take it. Okay, well, while that closes up, power generation is still a thing that we need to consider. $16, $13, $6. It's not very big. But all these other ones are crazy heavy. Yeah, we'll do another one of these. Can we make it slightly smaller though? Oh, yeah, we can. How much does this produce? 92.81 megawatts? That should be enough. So then we just need to worry about the thermal effects. But that's what I have these graphene radiators for, you know? That's too big. 1, 2, 3, 4. 6? Is 6 too many? Probably. Screw it. We'll do it anyway. Ooh, this also has a built-in antenna, so I don't have to worry about that. And it has 1,000 electric charge, so I don't have to worry about that either. Not bad. Now we just need some scientists. It's a good thing I have an abundance of those. Let's throw Hayden and Samlin. They're our more experienced, more seasoned scientists. We'll put them on the station. Yes, yeah, we'll name it Clocky Station, don't worry. Where is... I just want to make sure. Requires a Kerbal to set up, but it doesn't need an engineer to set up. Shouldn't matter. I want to put these here to illuminate the rest of the station when it's fully deployed. How much do these weigh? Why do these only cost $10 but weigh 1 ton? That seems counterintuitive. Okay, whatever. Our total station weight is now 21 tons, but that's... I think that's within the realm of reason for a station of this size. We have a nuclear reactor on board. Maybe a little bit more thermal coverage. I do like these wraparound radiators. And if we size it down, it should fit quite nicely. Yes. Look at that. See how nice that looks? Yeah, we're going to need something reasonably big. I guess I don't really need these 2 additional... collectors, because this whole thing's a larger collector, so we're kind of redundant there. We can ditch those. They also don't add any storage. This one has 1,000 storage. This has 100 storage. I don't know if this stores anything, but it can produce antimatter. And I thought we had an antimatter fuel tank or something, but it doesn't appear that we do. So... but whatever. Or like these radioactive ones, I thought maybe, but apparently not. I guess it needs like a specialized container that we haven't unlocked yet. Unfortunate, but we'll make do. So payload or coupling first. We'll do the TD-18 decoupler, keep it simple. I'm going to try it on a 2.5 meter fairing rocket. I think I can get away with 2.5. I might be wrong, but I'm willing to try. So that's the fairing. Again, only weighs 22 tons. And we're not trying to get it super far. It doesn't need to get into a relatively high... orbit. Could you add a mini spaceship to it? No, this is going to be static. We're not going to add a spaceship to this one. Because I don't really need this huge deployable collector. We are going to build a spaceship. And I have some ideas for like a reusable orbital reentry, atmospheric reentry capable spaceship that uses antimatter or nuclear engines. super high efficiency, in situ resource utilization, like the whole 9 yards. The whole 9 yards. I have some ideas. We just haven't built it yet. And we're kind of working towards it, but not quite yet, you know? We do have some cool options. Like the plasma nozzle. That's a thing we could add. Or metallic hydrogen is an option for, like, moon reusable ships and stuff. You know. Anyway, there's stuff in the works, but we're not quite there yet. In the meantime, let's just get this thing on the launch pad. So I'm going to use the Wolfhound. That's a pitiful thrust weight ratio. Well, okay. That's out. How much does this weigh? 4 tons? Okay. Screw that. Let's just do this. The collector in the lab. 15 tons. I was really trying not to have to use the 3.75, but we may end up needing it anyway. It's fairly big. And we got the money, I guess. Let's go. And then since we're using the 3.75, I guess we can use the Rhino. 1483 meters per second. Let's make this a little bit bigger. Make it orange, of course. Make it orange. And then coupling. Add that. I'm not going to do the Saturn V. At least not for this. At least not right now. Oh, where was I? Here we go. And then the Mammoth, I suppose. Yep. All right, that gives us 4,000 meters per second of delta V. Probably good enough. In vacuum should be plenty. Okay. Clocky Station. There you go. We'll call it KSP, Clocky Station. Yay! We did it! All right, let's get it on the launch pad, shall we? No more delays. So approximately a 900,000 meter circular orbit. Around that point is like the maximum antimatter production. As far as I can tell, so we used the dual purpose or dual technique magnetometer and we measured Kerbin's magnetic field, and it was around 4 times 10 to the negative 5 antimatter flux, right at about 1,000 kilometers. I probably should have auto-strutted this. Guess it's not too late. Let's try auto-strutting it right this second. Oh yeah, that fixed it. I like you can do auto-strut on the fly to fix wobbliness. If you didn't realize it would be wobbly, you can quickly make it not wobbly. Okay. We're climbing. We're climbing. We're climbing. Let's go prograde. We're climbing. And we're climbing. 20 kilometer apoapsis. $40 that's coming up nicely. Looks to be about what we want to see. Let's deploy this a little early. There we go. Whoa! Bit of a wobbly there. Let's real quick auto strut that so it doesn't try to kill itself, and auto strut that. All right, now it's rigid. We're just gonna burn, kind of go free all the way out. Should probably hide most of this stuff. There we go. We used it. We did use it right just then. We used it. We used it right there. All right, 100 kilometers. We're going for about 950 kilometers. That's 500 kilometers. Game doesn't know what kind of orbit I'm in. 600, 700, 800. Throttle down. 900. 944. 950. All right, we're in orbit. Oh, son of a gun. I thought I put Kerbals on this thing. There's no Kerbals on this thing. Will you still ever add other systems? Yeah, I do intend to. Samlin, Hayden, get back on the ship. You're going to orbit. I do intend to add other systems eventually. I want to do a little bit more research. The black hole system you recommended does sound pretty cool. Would be fun. Either that or infinite discoveries, maybe. Okay. From the top. And we'll auto strut now. Much more stable. And there we go. We got Samlin and Hayden actually on board this time, where they're supposed to be. Simmer down there, game. Simmer down. Okay. Lock prograde. Go back to time warp. Keep the thrust a little lower this time. Not that it really, really matters, but I do want to try and at least perform the illusion of an efficient burn to orbit. Okay. Okay. Simmer down. Self-destruct? There's a self-destruct option? Who would put a self-destruct option on this thing? What a terrible idea. No, I'm not going to do it. Alright, we're not doing that. This thing costs money. Didn't you hear the... No, we're not going to self-destruct. That'll be a future live stream. When we're ready to decommission this space station, we'll self-destruct it. I would imagine that the self-destruct feature is just the fact that there's antimatter on board, and that if you lose the antimatter, it explodes. That's also why we put a nuclear reactor on this for the power source. I did not want to mess around with like going into eclipse and running out of electricity. So it's got a nuclear reactor to ensure beyond a shadow of a doubt that there will be electricity on board. Okay, we are on our way up to orbit. So this science laboratory has a lot going on. Activate antimatter production. 5,000 megawatts is a lot of megawatts. Let's also deploy the antimatter collector. Actually, that's really high. 0.6 milligrams per hour, and we can only store 1,000 milligrams. This will tap off pretty quick. Now that I'm looking at it. The nuclear reactor is getting some work, though. What's its, yeah, it's, the reactor is at 100% power. Only getting up to 60 megawatts. It looks like this is actually not as efficient as just using the collector. And we're not even in the highest flux area yet. You can see right here, the flux is going up as we're rising. It's getting the matter all right. We're already at 0.01, and that doesn't seem like a lot, but we're not at our nominal height yet either. Like, that flux is getting higher. We're about double what we were just a second ago. 2.5, 2.6. We're at almost a rate of 1 per hour, and we'll probably be at about 1 per hour by the time we get up to orbit. Ooh, it's tapering off. Okay, so we're a little high. I think 800,000 is our ideal orbit. Let's go. Let's go radial in. Stop. Okay, now we go prograde. Do a little combo burn here. Okay. Retrograde. Now, as we warp around, right? Look at this. We're at 1.6. Again, doesn't seem like a lot. But that is remarkably quick, actually. Because we've only been up here for an hour and 25 minutes. I was expecting it to take a couple of days. Or like a couple of, like a year-long process. And we eventually get up to it. But it looks like it's going to take far less time. That should be about a nominal orbit. We're going to leave this fuel tank on. We're not going to stage this quite yet because I like the idea of being able to, you know, bring this back down to low Kerbal orbit to make it more accessible. But yeah, antimatter. Let's just let it time warp for a little bit, right? $1.2 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We've been in orbit for, what, 2 days? 2 days, 5 hours, and we're at 17 units of antimatter. So this collects very fast. Interesting. Okay, well, that's good to know. In the meantime, we've still got Kerbals to rescue to increase our crew capacity. Our Kerbal roster. And then I think it might be time to design a new ship. Just maybe. Oh, is this the thing that lets me store antimatter? Oh, we need to unlock this guy. Okay, well, let's unlock that guy. Here we go. So these are like the big fuel tanks to store lots of antimatter. This one can store 40,000. This one can store 120,000. Nice. All right. Well, that's good to know. What's up here? Extreme fuel storage, diamagnetic antimatter. Oh, so this one stores antihydrogens. Like full atoms, not just particles, but actual atoms. Huh. Huh. Okay. Cool. Green Juno, welcome. Welcome aboard. Let us continue. So we need to rescue a dude. That's relatively easy. So certainly we can do that. I kind of want to get this guy, because once you get the all-in-one, it makes in-situ stuff a lot easier. I think we're going to do him. I do have plans to make an in-situ an ISRU ship that can help refuel all of my stuff. All right, where is this guy? Carfield's pod? I think he's the target, right? He's the guy we need to rescue, and he is in a low Kerbal orbit, so that'll be relatively easy to get him. We'll pop up with the KSP Dagger, my favorite space plane. I do have, I have this Dagger cargo. Same concept, slightly different setup. It is similar, and if you look at it, it does look a little similar, but not quite tested yet. Well, I was thinking about that, like calling it a different sort of bladed weapon. Sword, machete also came to mind, hatchet. Because it's more utility-based, so I was thinking a more, not like a traditional fighting weapon, but like a utility weapon, like axe. Because an axe is both a fighting weapon, bladed, but you can also use an axe for chopping down trees and stuff, right? And since it's a cargo, it's utility-based. That was kind of my idea. But I think I'm just going to leave the name alone, actually. I think I'm not going to name it anything. It'll just be the Dagger cargo variant. Because it's not sufficiently different to get its own name, in my opinion. Okay. Carfield's pod. There he is right there. Let's go ahead and let off the brakes, throttle up the engines, and get us boogieing down the runway. We'll turn the radiator cooling off for now. Let me get wheels up, please. All right, there we go. Gear up. Set at about a 20-degree climb with the moon directly in front of us. There we go. We'll shut down the rapiers here in a second. Once we break about 400, 450 meters per second. There we go. All right. Those rapiers have done about all I want them to do for now. And the ramjet is starting to really cook here. I've switched over the mode on my rapiers, so they're now closed cycle engines. Thrust is dropping off. Switch the rapiers back on closed cycle mode. Go to orbit frame of reference. And burn to orbit. Shut down the ramjet. And let guidance do the work. Out of the lower atmosphere, a textbook launch with the dagger. Absolutely perfect. No notes. No notes. Beautiful. We are getting semi-close to target orbit. I'm going to pitch down. We're going to use the rapiers to start circularizing here. I do want to keep my orbit slightly below target. I'm doing that by pitching down a little bit, so I'm still accelerating. Still getting closer to orbital velocity, but my apoapsis is not climbing anymore. I just want it to climb very slowly here. So it's starting to climb again. Target apoapsis is 78. We'll pitch down some more. Very low thrust here. Okay, now just go straight prograde. We should be able to get these apoapses to line up. Perfect. And we'll stay on prograde. Once we are at apoapsis, we can do our orbital insertion burn, and then I will also set up for a plane change. Okay, not going to take it any farther than that. Let's go to our descending node, lock normal. (432 meters per second), plenty of fuel left for these maneuvers here. Blue passed the descending node, absolute clown. So we'll go to the ascending node and go anti-normal, since I can't seem to help myself but miss my maneuver. Okay, here we go. Not going to miss it this time. Not going to miss it. I see it. It's right in front of me. It's right in front of me. Here's the ascending node. Okay, and burn. Should be pretty close to equalized. Looks pretty close to equalized. Okay. So now it's just a matter of dropping my orbit down ever so slightly to get the rendezvous. Bring it down to like 70 kilometers. And we should close this gap here in a relatively short period of time. You can see we're getting closer. Each orbit brings us one increment closer to the target. Ah, now we're too far ahead because I overshot. That's okay. We're going to switch to prograde. And after we pass this intersect right here, I want to bring this intersect down to nice and tight. Nice and tight. 1.2 works for me. Let's add a maneuver and warp to it. So I'm adding these zero thrust maneuvers to give me something to time warp to. And it's just a handy way to not overshoot a target here. So just like that, let's switch target frame of reference, aim retrograde, and cancel this maneuver. I'm going to burn to try and put it back on prograde. Avery, welcome. Hello. How are you? There we go. Getting close now. 18 meters per second relative velocity. a intersect in 1 minute and 2 seconds of 0 kilometers. I think that's about as good as that maneuver is going to get. So let's see where the target went. He's somewhere around here. There he is. Okay. We'll just go plain old retrograde. We're not trying to rendezvous, just trying to pick this guy up. I don't need to recover his vehicle, which is good. Because it's a pain, and I wouldn't be able to do it with this vehicle. $300 meters. 200 meters. Now's as good as time as any to slow down. Okay, good enough. He's in a Mark III pod. How interesting. And it's a scientist once again. All right, well, another scientist for the labs. Off you trot. Stay clear of the nuclear engine, why don't you? We don't want him turning any greener than he needs to be, you know? Okay. Oh. Car failed. Turn around. Turn around. There we go. All right, excellent. Let's see where the Kerbal Space Center. Activate navigation. Looks like we'll do a little time warping. Yep, there it is. All right, we're going to do a pretty aggressive drop through the atmosphere. I know this vehicle can take it. And we're already pretty low. 75 kilometer orbit's not terrible. So we'll go right about here. Switch to retrograde. Does this game work on the phone? No, it barely works on my computer. No, it does not work on the phone, unfortunately, as fun as that'd be. Okay, so I'm just going to fully deorbit this. In the past, we've been keeping the periapsis, instead of intersecting the ground, just having it in the mid to upper atmosphere. And then as we tested this, we switched from upper atmosphere to lower atmosphere. I've flown this thing about, 10 times now or something total on live stream and off live stream. And it can tank orbital reentry pretty well. It used to be a lot more concerned about the heating effects. It turns out it doesn't really matter. So I'm getting a little bit more aggressive. Every time we do this, we're getting a little bit more aggressive. This time, a pretty steep reentry profile. Trying to shorten the overall atmospheric flight time to make these missions a little quicker so that they can be done with a faster turnaround. That's the goal. And we're going to switch to air breathing on the Rapiers. Keep the throttles off for now. And 4 times time acceleration. I think we still started our entry a little too late, so we're going to have to fly, turn around and fly back. But it should be okay. Mark II starting to slow down. Still want to maintain as steep of a angle as possible here. A little bit of wiggle. Decelerating pretty nicely, though. And once we get down right about here, that's where we're going to take it out of the radial out orientation and fly by hand. And we're going to do a couple S-turns. So we'll S-turn that way. Oh, Overrolled. S turn this way, please. There we go. Shaving off about 100 meters per second each time we turn. Okay, now instead of just doing S turns, we're going to just loop down into lower atmosphere. Very little atmosphere to work with here. So I'm just going to keep pitching up an angle. And as we get down, yep, now we're starting to pick up a little bit more drag. We can start actually turning around. I can really start to slow down. There we go. Okay, so we can keep trying to turn the vehicle. May just need to descend for a little bit, it looks like. Until we get into some thicker air. Some thicker air, maybe. Also probably get to a surface frame of reference. There we go. Let's go ahead and throttle up our rapiers. Got a little distance here to fly back. Start by turning our ship around, point back towards the Kerbal Space Center, aim slightly north, just like that, and let her rip. Okay. Using 2 times time acceleration. We've done this this re-entry profile a number of times at this point, so. Okay. Gear down, about 1,000 meters off the ground now. Almost lined up with the runway. Throttle down a little bit more. On a pretty good glide slope, it looks like. Okay. We will touch down on the runway, flare up. Shit's deployed. Wheels down, brakes on. Nice. Nice. Come to a nice quick stop here on the runway. And we have recovered Carfield, Kerman. Back down to the ground. And came to a stop before we reached the end of the runway, which is always preferred. Whenever I can do that, preferred. I guess we could also bring the braking power up on our landing gear. That would probably help, too. Recover the vessel, and we'll get full value for this vehicle back, refunded to us, since we got the whole thing back. Basically costs us nothing to fly it, minus, like, fuel costs, but that's about it. Keeps it cheap, man. We're really trying to pinch pennies with this thing. Since we need $17 million for this this rocket engine we want, which is ridiculous. That's ludicrous amounts of money. Let's go back to the tracking station and see where those other guys were. There's one guy stranded around Jool, as far as I understand. In low Jool orbit. Hopefully he's not like extreme low Jool orbit. Otherwise, it's going to be a real pain in the butt to get to. Apparently, there's also some guy in low sun orbit. What in tarnation is this guy doing all the way down there? Why is he down there? Who put him there? That's ridiculous. There's a guy in Ike orbit somehow. It is. We actually do have a window to transfer to Duna, so we could get this guy. And probably should do that sooner rather than later, at least. And then let's see about the. We'll see about the Jool orbit. But let's get a rocket going to Duna first. Let's get that knocked out of the way. Doesn't need to be super crazy, thankfully. And we can save on some of the cost because of that. Really, it just needs to have a capsule for him to return in. Probably a probe core would be nice. Some batteries. And then the fuel to get him there and back. And I think I need to recover his vehicle too. Which is going to be annoying. Save Efree, obtain Efree's craft, recover him and his craft on Kerbin. Okay, it is going to be annoying then. I don't know the total size of his craft, so to be safe, we're going to use the Mark 1 TAC 3 command pod, because it's a little bigger. And I'm going to use the advanced grabbing unit, maybe. I guess we can use the big one. Can I scale this down just a smidge? Because it's a little ridiculous. Okay, that's a little more reasonably sized. We'll go utility. I don't really know how heavy his craft is. But it's going to have to bring down his craft and this craft. So we'll bring 4 parachutes. And then thermal, we'll bring the heat shield. Yep. Okay. Coupling. Then our upper stage section, which will use just the standard X200 rocket engine or fuel tank for. Not rocket engine, jeez. I guess we're going to want a probe core. Since I don't want to send any Kerbals to Duna. Just bring one back. So we'll bring this probe core. Tuck that in a little bit. That looks a little better. Let's see. Bringing a probe core, so we're going to need electrical support for that. Let's get the engine situated first. Wolfhound is heavy, but the most efficient. 380 over 350. Skiff's also pretty good. And a little lighter. And a little bit more thrust. Three, 4, 9, 6. 3, 4, 3, 0. I don't think we have any higher efficiency chemical rockets. I don't want to get into any of the crazy stuff. Obviously, we've got higher efficiency non-chemical, like nuclear rockets and stuff, but that's kind of beyond the scope of this mission, really. We've got stuff like the Rutherford. No, that actually isn't even as good. I guess we'll just use the Poodle then. That's fine. Ain't nothing wrong with the Poodle. It will need electrical. We'll do that in the form of 4 solar panels. And then some batteries. The batteries don't need to be as crazy. We're not bringing science hardware. Necessarily a ton of science hardware. I may bring a... No, we've already done all that science. We really don't need a ton. Maybe just the gravity detector. Like the gravity probe. And that might be it. Well, I guess if we're going to bring gravity, we might as well bring temperature and pressure. Might as well. For comms, want something pretty long range. We do have comm satellites around Duna. The DTSM-1 will get us just fine. That'll be our upper stage and recovery stage. I don't think there's anything else I want to add to that, really. Let's go the booster stage. Thinking just a big old rocket. Just a big old rocket. Nothing new. Nothing crazy. Either mainsail or the Mastodon. Whatever I can get away with, honestly. We may need more fuel. Well, when in doubt, add more fuel. Let's go ahead and just duplicate that section and then add 2 more. Why not? Why not, you know? Why the frick not? Throw an arrow on it. Some aerodynamic nose cone coverings. And then the fuel lines. And by golly, this will get us there. No, that's actually ridiculous. We do not need that much. It's so much extra fuel. We're being a little wasteful. Let's scale that back just a smidge. We can do the 1.875 meter ones, since that's a more reasonable amount of extra fuel or fuel tanks to bring. We'll do 3 of them, and then the FLCs. We can throw Bobcats on the bottom of these. That's cheaper, and it's, I think, more within the bounds of reason for this mission. Yeah. Yeah, that makes more sense. Okay. We got that. Now we can have this. Get the staging squared away. Okay, that should be more than enough. Auto strut. Auto strut. Auto strut. Auto strut. Auto strut. Nice. Ike rescue. Alright, crew? No crew. I want no crew on this. Or maybe I do want crew. Do I want crew on this? Do we have any pilots? We've got a Dookie. And we got a Orcus. Why not? Let's send 2 guys that haven't gotten a lot of experience yet. Rescue the 3rd guy. I think that's reasonable, you know? Spaceflight Sim's pretty good. Juno New Origin, if you're looking for like a really good space sim for your phone, Juno New Origins is kind of the gold standard. It does run on phones. It runs on pretty low-end phones too, which is surprising for a 3D physics simulating game. That's my recommendation. That's my game of choice for mobile. It also is on PC, and then you have Kerbal Space Program on PC as well. All right, throttle up, SAS on, engines are lit. Thrust to weight ratios a little low, but not crazy, not terrible. Let's go ahead and roll. Get ourselves in alignment. We're gonna go east. Push ourselves eastwards. There we go. Okay. as we pick up speed. Go prograde. We're pitching over too fast. Side boosters are gone. Go prograde again. Stability assist again. Kind of a little too flat. There we go. That's better. Okay. Hold that for a second. Let's let speed build up a little bit more. There we go. Prograde the rest of the way. There we go. All right, perfect. And we are on our way out of the atmosphere. We've got more than enough delta V to get into orbit, and then enough delta V to get a good portion of our escape burn done, which is what I was hoping for, because then that'll save fuel in the upper stage for capture, rendezvous, and return. All that portion of the flight. We'll have plenty of fuel for that. So let's get up to apoapsis, do our orbital circularization burn. Right here. We need to get about 2150 total velocity going. Pop out the solar panels now. 2200. Okay. 2250, sorry, I misspoke. 2250 gets us into orbit. Apoapsis of 90, periapsis of 84. Perfectly acceptable low Kerbal orbit. I'm going to get all of my flight hardware, so my comms, my antennas, my solar panels, we'll get them deployed. And then let's look at our burn. So we're going to need to burn dark side of the planet and about 1,200 meters per second is roughly what it's going to take to get to Duna. Maybe a little less. Let's set Duna as the target and bring this down a bit. That's our intercept right... Almost our intercept right there. Can I get that to work? I feel like we're so close to getting that to work. Oh, we're so close to getting that to work. Hold on. Let me zero this out real quick. If we adjust the time we do the burn in the other direction. Oh, that's close. That's close right there. That's what we're talking about right there. Okay. No. Ooh, there it is. There it is. That's the intercept, right? Right there. Right there. Okay. Lock on the maneuver vector. That is 1160 meters per second. We have 652 and 3,483. We have plenty of fuel. Plenty of fuel to get this burn done. Let's go ahead and time warp. That might have been a little bit of a mistake. Oh, no, it's fine. That actually ended up putting us just about where we wanted to be. This big old Mastodon engine. Ready to fire up. Okay, I'm going to start the burn slightly early, just slightly. That'll give me time to ditch the stage, make adjustments, and then go from there to the upper stage. We are going to have to do a plane change. That's abundantly clear based on the angle we're coming in. Not a problem, though. Okay, separate the stages, light the upper stage. That Poodle engine is going to carry us the remainder, the last 450 meters per second of this burn. Only 100 meters per second left. We'll start throttling down. I don't want to miss this if I can help. 20 meters per second. 10. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, that's really good. Okay. Now here's the question of the day. Can I adjust my orbit now? Yes. I'm going to do this manually. We're just going to push periapsis down as far as I can get it. Looks like it's coming straight down over the top, which is good. And we want to get an encounter with Ike. Lower, lower, lower. If I can just get on Ike's orbital plane, and then we can kind of fish around and see where Ike will be in the future. Ooh, autosave. There we go. So this is the wrong side of Duna. I want to be on the other side. I think radial out. I think radial out is the direction to point, but I'm not 100% sure. It is. Okay, good. And it looks like that is an Ike encounter. And if we focus view... No, it doesn't matter. Okie dokie. Well, we've got ourselves our encounter with Ike. Go back to our ship. Ike Rescue. We are outward bound. Very nice. Very nice. That was actually a very easy intersect to plot. It was not too bad at all. And I don't really need to do a correction burn either. We'll do like one small correction burn just to get into our preferred Ike orbit. We're 177 days away. So let's go back to our Jool mission. The KSP Hermes II. We're going to switch to this guy because we're going to try doing our Tylo intercept, and that whole batch of science needs to happen. Train Shark, yeah, you are still number one by way of nobody else is chatting. We're 92 days away from this burn. I'm just going to go ahead and time warp to it. No real sense in waiting. There we go. We'll go ahead and turn back on our engine. So that's on. Waste heat's at an all-time low. Lock on retrograde. Or not retrograde, but lock on the maneuver node. 138 meter per second burn. Well within reason for a high efficiency burn with this engine. I'm not too worried about it. Still have more than half of our total fuel for the mission remaining, which is great. And definitely more than half of our ISP. Or not ISP, Delta V remaining for the mission. As we come on to our maneuver node, I'm going to go ahead and throttle up the engine. See that big radioactive exhaust plume extend out past the ship. And there we go. We'll see our heat start to build up. These radiators are going to start glowing hot very quickly. And you can see they're turning red. That engine generates a ton of heat. A ton of heat. It's the first portion of our Tylo encounter right there. An additional Tylo encounter after that, it looks like. But as we continue to burn, this will go from a second Tylo encounter into a lathe encounter. There we go. Ooh, no, that's a Val encounter. Even better. All right, that's a Val encounter. That's what we're after, baby. Let's go. We got our Val encounter and our Tylo encounter. 1 burn. Yes, that is what we wanted because we've already done Lathe. So we hit Tylo, gets kicked down into a lower orbit. We hit Val. If we're smart about how we play this, we can do Tylo, Val, and then get kicked up to Pole's orbit, all in kind of one fell swoop. So this burn or this encounter's in 6 days, which is totally fine with me. And then another 8 days from that to Val. Why is he so close? This guy's at the absolute edge of Jool's atmosphere, and he wants me to rescue him. You gotta be kidding me. We're gonna have to send a whole other mission to get this guy. I don't know if I have the fuel for that. We could maybe gravity assist down to him. Like, holy cow. Why? How is he all the way down there? Why is he all the way down there? Okay. We're in high Tylo orbit. We'll think about rescuing him later. Right now we have higher priorities in the name of science that need to be accomplished. So let's... We got to reset that? Okay. Log pressure data. Send these to the lab. Temperature data. Yep. Crew report will transmit once. And then send it to the lab. All right, now Jebel, you're going to get out and reset these experiments. Also, EVA report, if you would please. Store. Restore. Restore that as well. Conduct. Observe. Transmit. Transmit. Restore. Restore. Observe. Conduct. Lab. Lab. Restore. Restore. Trying to maximize science here. Rerunning the experiments as many times to get the maximum amount in a single burst, basically. We still have our magnetometer reports to run. Log and lab. And then this one down here. Run it. And we got, so far, 1892 data, 1503 science, 3847 data, 1583 science. Pretty good. Run this a second time. While that's happening, let's transmit science on both of our labs. Process all the data we've collected from our Tylo pass. Awesome. Now that gravity data, we should be able to repeat the experiment a couple of times. Let's go to KerbNet, bring our field of view down as tight as it can get. There we go. So that is our view of Tylo right now, and the gravity data can be reperformed as you pass over every different biome. So we're over the highlands right now, which is this region, but if we let time move forward a little bit, you can see the planet start to rotate. Keep going. Still highlands? Okay, so we'll go for a little bit here. Let's try it now. Midlands. Let's log and process. And we should be passing over the lowlands here in just a second. Nope, still Midlands. All right, let's let a little bit more time go. Lowlands, there it is. Transmit. Hold on. There it is. Transmit. Labs. Now, I think that's all the biomes we're going to pass over, at least this time. You can see what happens as we go. See if there's anything else. I don't think there's any craters along this path. We just passed north of those 2 craters, unfortunately. Oh, here we go. This might be something we pass over. Right here might be something different. It looks like it's still lowlands. Lowlands. It's a different shade. I think it's... Oh, Mara. Here we go. Okay, it is something different. What's Mara? I don't know. Is that like a crater? Specifically named crater, maybe? And then we'll transmit twice, labs twice. Now I don't think there's anything else we're going to get out of that. No, I don't think we're going to pass through any new biomes. Nope, because we're going to leave, and then that's that. Okay, now Val, we can potentially get something new with. Let's go focus view on Val. So I don't want to get kicked off the orbital plane if I can help it. Let's do a burn at Apoapsis and see if I can correct that. So that's part of it. And then also, can we get any lower? 167. I think we can get lower. I think we can get down to like, yeah, 50. 3 hours to burn. Yeah, that should do it right there. Because that'll get us a pass over a couple of different biomes, it looks like. And we will also get both high, space high over and space near Val for this one. We'll go stability assist. Make sure the engine is activated. It is, and we can go ahead and time warp to it. Okay, time warp is complete. Throttle up, lock on maneuver node. And we just got to watch this come in. Nice and easy. Nice and simple burn, nothing crazy. And we'll kill it right there. Perfect. All right. And Val encounter. All right. Time to rinse and repeat. All the same science, basically. We'll start with the crew reports. Crew report, transmit. Crew report, labs. Dual technique magnetometer. No more transmit value for that one. That's okay. Where's my regular magnetometer boom? There it is. This one can go in the lab as well. Conduct materials study. Observe goo. Transmit. Transmit. Log pressure. Keep. Log gravity data. Lab. Trying to get it all. Trying to get it all down. All right, Jebel, your turn to go EVA again. EVA report, keep, store. Restore both these experiments. Oh, autosave. Okay, there we go. Come on, Jebel. Stop messing around. Stop messing around, Jebel. Come on. Okay, that one's done. I'll restore this one. Let's store the other one in this lab. The other EVA report we just did, we can store up here. Yep. And then we'll get back into our lab down here. Sweet. Level up crew. Recorded everyone's experience. That's fine. Transmit. Process. There we go. Aim my camera up here. All right. How much data do we have? 5,000 in one, 3,000 in the other. That's going to be a lot of science over time. How much science are we producing now? 24 per day and 31 per day. Interesting that the one with less data is producing less. I guess maybe the scientists in that... No, they're all like level 4. Wonder why this one's producing less. I don't actually know. Curious. How curious. Okay, well, while that's going on, we're going to do the same thing we just did with the gravity probe on Tylo. Let's bring our field of view in and set it to auto refresh. And let's grab the gravity detector right here. And as we pass over different zones, we'll send it to different places. Highlands. Automatically every 3.5 seconds. Okay, so that's all highlands. Let's go to this white area here. Let's see what this is. Lowlands, all right. Log gravity data. Transmit, log gravity data, process. Sweet. Did we restore all of our experiments in here? Yes. Sweet. Okay, so we'll time warp as we pass through the lowlands here. We've already done highlands. We're still in high space, so it shouldn't really matter. Let's see if we can get back into the mountains. Ooh, Midlands? Hey, Midlands. Okay. Maybe some mountains. Maybe not. Maybe no mountains. Still nothing new. Passing over the Midlands again. And then we'll go back into the lowlands. We're still too high up. Yeah, none of this is new biome research. It just takes a little bit of patience here. Back in the highlands. The very edge. This dark blue. And then this light blue is Midlands. I think it's hard to tell kind of which becomes which for some of this. Okay, I think we're now in... Nope, still in space high over. Okay, reset. We are getting a little closer. Still got a ways to fall. All right, let's try now. Are we in near space? Yes, we are. Process. Process. Conduct. Observe. Process. We're just going to send these to the lab. Not going to bother trying to transmit everything off here again. Unless it's new and repeatable. Temperature. Okay. Let's have where is it? Mergus, hop out. EVA report, keep. Store. All right, quickly reset these. Restore and restore. Conduct. Observe, transmit, transmit, restore, collect, restore, conduct, back to the lab, observe, observe, please, back to the lab. All right, get out of there, get out of there. What are you doing? What are you doing stuck in there? Okay, board. We'll deal with processing the rest of that here in a second. Ooh, another one. Val's Lowlands close in. Absolutely milking every drop of science we can for this. It's a little cheesy, but it does maximize our science returns for this mission. So we're at nearly max science or max data storage on this lab. Still got a little bit of data storage in the second lab, which is good. EVA report we didn't process. This one. Transmit that one. Transmit that one. Okay. We're at almost 4,000 science. And as we pass over Val here, I think we're going to not try to rescue this guy with this ship on this mission. I don't think it's in the cards. Because, like, holy cow, why is he all the way down there? We will rescue him eventually, but not right now. Not right now. Not with everything we've got going on right now. Let's kick this guy all the way up into kind of the outer reaches of the Jool system. Have him lock on prograde here. And then I'm going to go ahead and throttle up the engines. Goal is to get our periapsis out of low Jool orbit. Kind of way up here. Get it out around Elu, you know, so that we don't have to worry about subsequent planetary encounters with the lower moons. We can focus on getting out to Pole. Maybe even get into orbit around Pole. That'd be nice. Maybe even land on Pole. I don't think Pole's very big at all, right? Like, Pole is tiny. Is it like asteroid tiny? No, it's like Minmus tiny. It's not too small. Because I was about to say, like, we could probably, like, if we had the extra EVA canister, just, like, get a Kerbal to land on Pole and then get back into orbit with just the EVA canister. If we were, like, really careful. But maybe not. Maybe we don't do that. Let's go 4 times time acceleration. This does tend to take a little bit of time. There we go. Waste heat is coming up. Looks like we're getting another encounter here, which is kind of interesting. Don't really want another encounter right now. Unless, like, it's a Tylo encounter that kicks us way into the outer solar system, but I don't really think it's going to. And we don't need it. Like, we still have over half our fuel tank. We've visited almost all the moons. We have one more left to visit. But we will have brought Kerbals into orbit of every moon of Jool. And, you know, that's pretty special. Just need to get outside of Tylo orbit to really call it stable. Tylo is the one that scares me because it's got such a huge sphere of influence. It'll just, like, grab you and yank you. That's how my last satellite that was in Jool orbit got just like an encounter with Tylo randomly and got flung out of the system. So it looks like our periapsis is now past Tylo orbit. We'll let it get a little higher up. Not just barely past, but actually, like, clean and clear of Tylo. And then we'll just let time progress for a little bit. We're at 78. It's pretty good. I guess we could get out of BOP. I really am not worried about BOP as far as its orbit goes. If we could just get this portion of our orbit out past it, because, like, this portion of our orbit goes inside and it's kind of like interlocking rings. There we go. Okay, now I pretty much don't have to worry about it. We still have 340,000 units of liquid hydrogen on board. More than enough to conduct all the operations we really want to. Just going to get us situated, solar panels pointed at the sun. And we can start focusing on other things. So I'm going to stay in control of this craft. But I'm going to set my focus on Duna. And in 66 days, this thing is going to intersect Duna. So we're going to time warp until it gets closer to that intersect. And then we'll switch over to it before we get the intersect. But before we switch over, we'll transmit another load of science. Six days, 5, 4, 3. That's good enough. All right, let's transmit some data. We're at 2,200 science in one lab and 2,830 in the other. Excellent. That's excellent. We'll transmit both of those science loads. Take probably several minutes, maybe even up to an hour with time warp to get these transmitted off whole. Okay, that's one. 6,154 science added to the bank account. Give it a second for the other one to come in. Four, 6, 7, 8, 9. Boom. So we got 9,000 science, which is pretty sweet. Well, I'm going to switch to the Ike rescue. I'm going to take a quick pause here. And then when I come back, we will do our rendezvous and rescue of our Kerbal in Ike orbit and start bringing him back to Kerbin. So stand by for a second, and I will be right back to continue. All right, we are back. We have the Ike rescue vehicle here. And we are about a day out from Duna Intercept. Yeah, 1 day, 4 hours. Let's take a look at what we can get maneuver-wise here. So, let's see if I can, like, snipe Ike here. Focus view on Ike. Let's see where we land orbit-wise. So they're orbiting counterclockwise. So I want to flip my orbit around, actually, because we're going to come in orbit clockwise in our current orientation. So let's burn this way, radial out. This burn's a little bit more expensive because we waited a little bit to do it, but not so expensive that we can't afford. Whoa. Do not need to burn that much. Not that much. There we go. I'm going to get nice and tight in here. And ideally, our orbit just touches the pod's orbit. The pod is all the way down in low Ike orbit. Okay, so that gives us a pretty close intercept of Ike here. Right about there. Now, from here, I can do a burn. This one's going to cost us. This one costs us the big bucks in fuel. Right? So we got to circularize and then rendezvous. We'll start with just circularizing and go from there. Let's lock on our maneuver heading, which is going to be mostly radial out. And I'm also going to set a pretty generous thrust limiter on our engine here to help keep the precision up. And we will time warp to the burn. We want this to be as precise as possible. The more accurate I am now, the less time and fuel I will have to waste correcting our orbit once we actually get into Ike's sphere of influence. It's a 30-second burn total. We are a minute and 7 seconds, a minute away from the burn node. I'm going to wait until we are about 20 seconds away. 4, 3, 2, 1, full throttle. Full throttle with that thrust limiter is actually only about 25% throttle. But that will also allow me to control this a little bit more carefully here. So we're watching our periapsis get closer. Eventually it will pass through and flip right there. So now we are counterclockwise in an eastward orbit. We are just slightly inside the orbit, so now I'm going to just very, very, very gently raise it the rest of the way. That's pretty close. Now this next burn, this next burn costs money. Ooh, okay. 2773 meters per second. 2179. Let's try it. I think we can do it. We're going to have to be very careful with our rendezvous. Very, very careful. But we should have just enough maybe to get back to Kerbin. Okay. It's time warp. We're working with the advantage that we'd be leaving Duna from Ike. So we're higher up in Duna's sphere of influence. That does work to our advantage. Because we have less, we need to burn less fuel to escape the lower portions of Duna's gravity well. However, we still need probably about 600 meters per second. We may be utilizing the Kerbal get out and push method in order to complete that return burn. Not ideal, but we can make it work. Okay. Light the engines. Full throttle this time. Everything the Poodle has, we're going to try and rendezvous here. 2,000 meters per second, and we have a little over just about 600 meters per second. Okay. Maybe we should have done a aero brake with Duna to kill off a little bit. It wouldn't have killed off a lot, but every meter per second here is going to count now. No wasted energy if we're going to pull this off. All right, we're past periapsis. 1,300 meters per second left. We are decelerating. Thousand meters per second left. $700 meters per second left. 500. 300. 200. I'm going to kill this burn a little early here. Yeah, we're going to have to. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to come up to apoapsis, add a maneuver. Kill that one. We're just going to raise our orbit up ever so slightly. Let's throw the thrust limiter back on this. Yep. 1.7 meters per second for this one. Burn will take 0.3 seconds. Goal is just to get back to a periapsis, touching the target capsule's periapsis. Okay, that looks good. Go ahead and set Eelfree's craft as our target. Ooh, too much. Far too much. 100 meters per second. Almost exactly 100 meters per second to get this orbit. That will leave us with 574 meters per second. Is that going to be enough? Maybe that's going to be enough. It's going to be close. It is going to be close. All right, time warp is complete. 19-second burn. We can make it more efficient, more accurate by taking this thrust limiter off. 4-second burn. 55 seconds away from the burn node. We'll wait until we are 2 seconds away. 20 seconds. Now 10 seconds. 4, 3, 2. Engines on. Now, I don't want to overshoot. I don't want to waste energy here, if I can help it. We are actually going to stop slightly high. Not use up that last 4.4 because we are ahead of them. So I want to give them time to catch up to me. And instead of trying to do a really close rendezvous where we burn extra fuel for that rendezvous, Eelfree's going to get out and jump. That's how we're going to do the rendezvous. Leap of faith style. Okay. I'm actually a little nervous. Can we get these guys back? Yeah, of course we can get them back. It just makes the mission expensive and time consuming is the only problem. 5.7 kilometer intercept here. That's okay. It's about what we would expect. Now I'm going to go retrograde. Orbital retrograde. Just the tiniest little change in thrust here. That's all it's going to take. And this will be our intersect right here. 0.7 kilometers. That should do us. I'm going to add a 0 meter per second burn. 37 minutes away to intercept. 575 meters per second left on the craft. That's going to go down slightly when we bring the new crew member on, because he does have mass. It's going to be tight. It's going to be tight. The good news is we don't have to get into Kerbal orbit. We just have to hit its atmosphere. And we can absolutely aerobrake capture this. Oh, we have to bring his craft back too? Shit. I forgot about the craft. Oh, no. Oh, no. How much does the craft weigh? Probably a lot, huh? All right, screw the contract. We're not going for the contract. We're not doing it for the money. We're doing it for the crew. We've got another scientist. He's going to EVA. He's going to get out. And he's going to accelerate towards the ship. There we go. There we go. All right. Closing in 12 meters per second. The contract is to recover both him and his craft. It's just not going to happen. Just not going to happen. We did not pack enough fuel. But we can try and recover Ilfrey herself. Female Kerbal. All right, 300 meters away. 250. 200. 150. 100. 50. Start slowing down. 20. Nice and easy. Just start slowing down the rest of the way. There we go. Nice and easy. Let's get into the docking. Or not the docking, the crew hatch. Grab onto that. There we go. All right, she's on board. What kind of craft was it? Kerbodyne. Why would she have a jet cockpit in orbit of Ike? That I don't understand. Okay, let's cancel this maneuver. So here's the plan, right? One, we have to wait until Kerbin is in the ideal angle for return. There's a good image out there. Here we go. KSP return planetary transfer quick chart. So let's see. We want Kerbin to be ahead of us by what? 15, 30. No, sorry, that's 30, 60, between 60 and 70 degrees, it looks like, is the window. They're ahead of us by like 10. So let's let Kerbin get a little ways away from us here. 12 out of 18 asteroids. Nice. 6 more and we get a big paycheck. Oh. 3 more. Almost there. Almost got that. 2 more. Hey, we finished mapping. That's awesome because that brings us up to 10 million, which is pretty sweet. Let's see about a transfer now. So, our transfer from Ike, the way this is going to shape out. Oh, excuse me. We're going to wait until Ike is on this side of Duna, the daylight side of Duna, because we're going to burn retrograde. Add a maneuver here now. We'll do something like that. 261 meters per second kicks us out of Duna orbit. Set Kerbin as the target. Okay, that's not what I was hoping to see. So yeah, burning around this time is the nominal time to do the burn. But it doesn't look like we're in the window yet. Let's try now. And we'll do it on the sunshine side of Ike. Like that. No, it looks like... Wait, I think we're way off, actually. I think Kerbin needs to be back here. Because we're hitting Kerbin's orbit about here, and Kerbin is way back here. So we're too early by quite a bit. Okay, that's fine. In the meantime, let's get a little bit out of this at least. Do an EVA report. Can transmit this from the central mountain range. Nice. Transmit, okay. Do we have CurbNet access? Can I pull a CurbNet up? I guess I can here, right? Yeah. EVA report from the lowlands. Transmit that. Can I pin this in any way? No, I can't, huh? Okay, so lowlands. Still lowlands. Central mountain range again, okay. Let's make my field of view a little bigger. Lowlands again. Looks like we're going to hit a different biome here in a second, though. Midlands. All right, let's try this one. EVA report from the Midlands. Nice. We'll keep that. Let's also do a gravity. Okay. Yeah, that's not different. We can transmit this. Looks like we're coming up on a different mountain range. Okay. Okay. Western mountain range. Let's do an EVA on the Western mountain range. I think each of these is worth 33 science piece. Yeah. Which is not bad, really, for the amount of effort required to get them. Okay. Midlands again, lowlands again. Let's zoom way out. Oh. Lowlands. Coming up on Midlands. Is it going to be Western again? Western mountain range? Western again, okay. Southeastern mountain range. Here we go. Another new biome. It's EVA. Get a report from this range. Transmit this one. Eastern mountain range. Okay. EVA for the Eastern mountain range. Transmit that one. Brings us up to 9,300. Pretty good. I think there might be one more mountain range that we haven't hit yet. And that's back to Central Mountain Range. All right, so that's all of it. Science data-wise, that's everything we've got there. Some options for increasing our odds of returning, right? So here's what we can do. We can ditch 2 of our solar panels, thus reducing the mass of our craft. We can also ditch the 2 batteries. The craft itself has internal batteries in the command module. 150 charge is enough. And with 2 solar panels, we'll keep it from running out of charge. That brings us up to not much better. 575 meters per second still. Okay. That didn't really help a ton. But every second of ISP counts here. So, I'm not gonna lie. I'm really trying to be miserly about this. Okay. That's about it as far as what we can do until Kerbin comes around. So it's like a year or so out, basically. Yeah, I guess we just time warp. Let time progress. We will go back to our Jool mission in the meantime. Switch back to the Hermes II, because they have should have another round of science to transmit. Okay. Let's take a look at our science. Yeah, we do. We've got science to transmit, all right. So we'll go ahead and transmit both of these, load them up into the queue. It'll take some time to get them off. But with this will put us over 1,200, close to 15,000 science points. Maybe just shy of 15,000 science points, closer to like 14,500. But with that, we can unlock a lot of stuff. And we still have a lot of data in the labs not processed yet. Yeah. Still plenty of data to work through. So they're going to be working on this for a while. With all that data we've collected. We still haven't visited Pole yet. What does that bring us? 14,422.3 science points. That's pretty good. Let's go back to the Space Center and spend some of this new research we've just stumbled upon, because that is a ton. That is a ton of science. And we didn't even land on any of those planets. So there's still more science to be gathered from all of that. Okay. R&D time. Let's see what we've got. So, unified field theory gives us the antimatter engines, right? Antimatter catalyzed fusion plasma engine, which is crazy. So we'll go ahead and get this, because that's what we were working towards, is antimatter. We have it unlocked. It'll cost 3,400,000 to purchase the rights to use this hardware. So we're not gonna purchase everything. We'll probably start with this one, the antimatter catalyzed fusion plasma engine, because it gives us 10,000 ISP and 500 kilonewtons of thrust. That's about as good as it's gonna get until we get the beam core antimatter engine. This thing produces a little over 5 times the thrust. Yeah, 5 times the thrust. And a silly, like, ludicrous ISP. A proper, like, potential option to go interstellar. About as efficient of an engine as possible. Now, it's just, the only problem is it's ridiculously expensive. 17 million. We're 7 million short of being able to purchase just the engine. And we need solid hydrogen and anti-hydrogen for fuel. So not going to be able to use that. The other one, though, I think we can use this one, though. I think this one just uses... Yeah, we can just use antimatter. And we'll investigate this one. I'm going to go ahead and purchase the rights to use it. So we own that engine now. We have experimental fuel storage. But I think exotic fuel storage we're going to get, because that lets us store a lot more hydrogen. These are expensive, but they will let us use them. That gives us 4,000 more science to work with. There's the fusion engines that we could use, but we don't really need to use. I'm trying to think of what other engines we could use to get down to the surface of a planet. The fusion engine is too heavy. I was thinking potentially we could use the nuclear light bulb, but even it is still very expensive and very heavy. We don't have many lightweight, super high efficiency engines. A shame, truly. The nuclear saltwater engine does generate a lot of thrust and a decent ISP. But we're not going to be able to refuel that realistically. Yeah, I don't know. I guess fusion would be the other engines that we could try using for not even those, not really. Man. Does this collect antimatter? No, this collects charged particles. And then we do have other technologies we could spec into down here. So the computer core and the IHAL probe cores can do a ton of stuff. And then with the upgrade to artificial consciousness, we straight up stop needing the Kerbal Space Center, which is kind of cool. And then this one allows us to do... Let's see. I think this one does orbital surveys. Yeah. Oh boy. Let's spec into our solar technologies. We've not invested a ton of time or effort into these, but I think it might be worth it. Especially we'll need specialized radiators too to go much further. Because that antimatter engine, I'm sure, generates wicked heat. We'll do the artificial intelligence as well. All right. We have crushed a large portion of the tech tree at this point. I do want to come up with a design for an antimatter-powered ship and kind of figure out what that works or what that looks like, how that's going to work. Because if we could do an antimatter-powered ship, well, we could just go and, rescue that mission to Ike, no problem. That'd be barely an inconvenience, I do like the idea of doing a setup similar to like the Mark II, like a real sci-fi looking spaceship. Maybe do the Mark II drone core in addition to that. Maybe the inline cockpit with the Mark II cockpit. Maybe that's excessive. Maybe just do the crew quarters. Or is it utility? No, I actually don't think that's going to work. Let's see how big that engine that we bought is. The antimatter catalyzed fusion engine. And let's see how big that is and what kind of fuel that requires. Where is it? Antimatter catalyzed fusion engine. So this is the engine. 16 tons. It needs helium-3, deuterium, lithium hydride, lithium-6 deuteride, and boron. But I don't think all of its fuel types require that. So like liquid hydrogen, polyvinyl chloride, PVC, liquid fuel, diborane, liquid methane, hydrazine, monopropellant, liquid helium-4. Wait, can I just use liquid fuel? What ISP does that give us? Just like plain old liquid fuel? Where was it? Liquid fuel. There it is. ISP vacuum thrust 234.4 kilonewtons, 15,000 ISP. So what's like the most efficient one? What's the best one? Liquid helium-4. That's just regular liquid helium. Lower thrust, higher ISP. Oh, right, because it's just a weight thing. So heavier gives you more thrust, less ISP. Like kerosene, really good thrust. Liquid carbon monoxide, liquid neon, aluminum, liquid nitrogen, liquid argon, liquid krypton. Ah, man, this gives me ideas to do. Hold on, we have the all-in-one ISRU refinery, right? We do. Now, this isn't any good in atmosphere, but we could land on just about any planet with zero atmosphere. So Ike, for example. And we just need antimatter. Well, shoot. I mean, in that case, like, it wouldn't actually be that hard. It would really not be that hard to have a ship that could kind of do it all built up around this. We need big landing legs, though, to land on the surface. Can it do liquid hydrogen? Is that an option? Liquid helium, lithium hydride, lithium, liquid ammonia, xenon, liquid hydrogen. Low thrust, very high ISP. Yeah. What's a good medium? Liquid methane. See, liquid hydrogen I know I can get from regolith. I know I can get liquid hydrogen from regolith. And that also makes it compatible with all the other engines I've been using. It also gives me a very high ISP. It just gives me really bad thrust. Liquid xenon gives me very high thrust. Xenon's a heavy atom, and the heavier the atoms you're flinging out of this thing, the more thrust. But it also, like, 1/8 the efficiency, basically. Krypton, same thing. Argon, same thing. Nitrogen, 14. Aluminum. Aluminum is actually lighter than xenon by quite a bit. I know I can process regolith into liquid helium as well, as an option. Helium-3 is a little rare, but we could just go straight to liquid. Just regular liquid helium. That's kerosene. Liquid tritium, liquid water, liquid xenon, liquid ammonia, carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, diborane, fluorine, fusion pellets, peroxide, heavy water. There it is, liquid helium. Liquid helium-4. Liquid helium. Helium-4 is the regular liquid helium. But now it's not giving me a ISP. Okay, well, let's try this. In a pinch, I can switch over to hydrogen. But let's try building something around this. This already costs 606,000, which is kind of ridiculous. And it weighs 18 tons. To launch this thing as one piece into orbit would be ridiculously expensive. We're going to need an antimatter storage container. Trying to see which one of these can do that. This one can store antimatter, up to 5,000 units of it. How much does this use antimatter? Like, what's the use rate of antimatter? Does it tell me? Will it tell me? I don't know. I could have sworn we had like a big antimatter tank we bought. This one advertises antimatter storage, does it? No, it stores solar wind. Positrons, antimatter. That's 1,500. What about the, there was one up here, too. Hold on. Where was it? There it is. RV antimatter penning trap. This one stores 5,000. That's way more. Let's just do that. 4 of these bad boys. Wait, these cost $2 million a pop? Never mind. That's so crazy expensive. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Or not 2 million a pop. 500,000 a pop. How much was that? $1 million a pop. Holy cow. Why is that so much more expensive than the other one? What was the other one I grabbed? The electrostatic particle? This one's 11,000. Barely costs anything. And we can store up to 1,500. Here it is. Antiproton, Bose-Einstein condensate. $4 and $12 million. Jeez. Okay, so this one by far is the cheapest at 1,500. This stores 40,000. Yeah. It also can store solid hydrogen. Okay, so those are just more expensive. Okay, that's a lot of money. This is all, how much does this weigh now? 19 tons. This is all just to support the engine, assuming that this is the right fuel type and I can configure it to work. And we're at 767 million. This will probably be 2 million when it's all said and done. We're going to need a reactor. That's just going to be a necessity. And we're going to need a refinery. I think this one refinery kind of does it all. Pretty much. Looks like it. Hydrates, nitratine, salt, fluorite, monazite, uranite. What different? Can it do regolith, though? Of all the ones that this can do, I actually want to know if this one can handle regolith. Borate, salt. Into sodium, lithium, and carbon, fluorite into fluorine, monazite into cesium and thorium. So you can produce radioactive fuel, which is good. Okay. Well, let's take it out. We'll have to do some testing with this, I suppose. I'm going to throw a cargo container on it, and we can see if it does regolith. Because regolith is kind of like the basic... You'll find it on any planet without atmosphere, pretty much wherever you land. That also reminds me... Does this one do scanning? Does this one have a scanner built into it? No. Okay, well, we won't do that. We'll just do the advanced remote guidance suite. This still requires us, even with all this, we still need a way to collect resources from a planet's surface, and this engine makes it difficult because everything is so high up. The only other option would be to kind of build sideways, so like take this down to the side, like that. Not necessarily that piece. We could do something more like this. And then use longer helium tanks, potentially. Like, I have a long version of that tank we could use. And then that would get it close to the ground to where we could use landing gear. Where's that tank, actually? This one? Yeah, we could do that. Move this down a little bit, and then use the big landing gear. Still doesn't clear it, though. We'd have to beef those up quite a bit. Not that much. Yeah, like that much. The same thing here. And if we just move it as far down as it'll go on both of these. And then as far out as it'll go. Like that. That at least gives us a stable base. How much does this thing weigh now, though? 45 tons? We can't even get this into orbit at this point. Jeez. Well, let's test it. Let's test it. Let's not do anything else. I guess we do need thermal. Otherwise, this thing is going to melt down, basically. We don't want that. I don't know, let's try it. Maybe this works. This is more than anything else a learning experience, right? We've got this new toy. We need to figure out how it works. I did the same thing with the big nuclear rockets we've been using, where I had to figure out how all the different fuel modes work and how to convert it. And we figured that out just fine. This is just the next, the next step. It's more complicated. We're using antimatter now. I don't even know if it'll let me use it in atmosphere. It may just tell me like you absolutely cannot use the antimatter engine in atmosphere. What are you trying to do, you maniac? Okay, that doesn't work. Nope, that doesn't work at all for sure. Could we is there a cheat to teleport to the moon just to or yeah, set us in orbit? There we go. Okay. 11 meters per second. Oh, but we're sorry. We're not able to control it. Okay. We're going to use cheats to put it in orbit. This is just to figure out if this works. If we launch it, we're going to have to actually use a rocket to launch it. I'm not trying to cheat in that regard. Just trying to figure out how this engine works. Nothing unfair, nothing unreasonable. Probably move that there. We do need comms, or it's, obviously that's not going to work. So we'll put some comms on it. And I guess probably we'll want a reactor on board, I would guess. Let's throw the molten salt one on. Let's just try it out. We're just trying it out, experimenting, seeing how it all works. We need electrical power. We need heat management. We got those. We've got comms. And then we just need to toggle through the different fuel options and see what this thing actually eats. Oh, I don't think I gave it any antimatter, actually. Whoops. We should probably put some antimatter in it, or it's definitely not going to work. Right? Like, it's just straight up not going to work. Yeah, we have no antimatter. Okay, well, that's dumb. And probably some batteries. Probably going to want some batteries. Ugh, we're learning so much. Let's see. This has electric charging kilowatt hours. Yeah, we'll just do a couple of batteries for now. Eventually, we're going to have to figure out how we want to package this whole thing up. At this point, I'm not sure what I want to do. I suppose another option is we could scale down the antimatter engine and fit it onto... Like, we could fit it onto the Mark II chassis if we really wanted to. The only problem is we don't have the right fuel storage, per se. Like, we don't have cryo fuel storage. But we could just make the whole thing a cargo bay. Okay, let's teleport this into orbit. Get it way up there. Okay. Now we're way up here in space. go ahead and retract this landing gear. Okay. Oh, dang, Flavin, I didn't put antimatter in it. I just gave it electric charge. That didn't solve my problem at all. Son of a gun. It needs antimatter to work. Give me that. Antimatter. Launch it. All right. This is the kind of trial and error you signed up for by watching the stream, just to let you know. I'm no professional. I'm just figuring it out as we go. We do have antimatter, to be clear. That station we launched at the beginning of the live stream, about an hour and a half ago now, has an antimatter collector on board. And it is producing real antimatter that we'll actually use. For real. Oh. Okay, so it burned all of our lithium hydride. Boron. Liquid hydrogen. Is that what we're burning now? Liquid hydrogen? That's actually not bad for propulsion. And that's the most efficient one, right? Liquid hydrogen being the most efficient. What kind of delta V does that give us, though? It doesn't actually tell me. That's the thing I don't like about this mod and how it's compatible, is it doesn't tell me really anything. How much antimatter am I using with this? We've used 3 pieces of antimatter so far. And you can see it coming down now. Okay. I mean, there's a quick way to test the delta V, and that's to change our velocity. Right? Like, are we antimatter limited or are we hydrogen limited? I mean, it certainly seems that, I think we'd be antimatter limited, right? Maybe not, maybe not. This is also not a lot of hydrogen. These are 2 relatively small hydrogen tanks. So here's the other thing I wanted to look at, right? We have the refinery. Does this... Yes. Okay, so it does everything. It's literally all in one. So we can do regolith. We can do water to hydrogen. Okay, sweet. So this is the right unit we want. I just wish this would tell me how efficient it is. Like, it's very hard to plan missions if it won't tell me how efficient it is. $43.7 kilonewtons. Am I going to have to manually calculate my delta V? Man, I don't want to do calculus right now. 41497 ISP is wild. And it's steady. That's the other cool thing, is that it doesn't change. How much antimatter have we gone through now? Quite a bit, actually. 22 units of antimatter. So we've got a way, all right, we've got a way to get new propellant, new reaction mass. And we've got a way to make antimatter. So we can fuel this engine. We just need a design that will work. Just need a design that'll work. The other thing that's nice about this setup, right, is I have these two larger liquid hydrogen tanks, and they're going to give me all the efficiency in the world. I mean, this probably has, geez, with the liquid hydrogen, like a high efficiency mode, we're talking tens of thousands of meters per second of delta V, and that's wonderful. But we could also have a liquid shoot, hold on. With the regolith processing, right? Here's my idea is we have a low thrust, high efficiency fuel, but because we can change the fuel types, we can have a low thrust, high efficiency hydrogen fuel, and we can have a high thrust, lower efficiency carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, water, whatever other thing we want to add. And we can probably get them both from the regolith process. Let's look at... It won't let me? Okay. Wonderful. We'll have to take this back. Anyway, here's the other thing I was thinking. We can put a couple of these on, right? The antimatter collectors. This brings us up to 66 tons. I don't think this has the landing power. I don't think this can land. But if we could get this... Yeah, I don't think this can land. Dang it. Put the giant antimatter collector on it. Screw it. No, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, we're going to come back to this. I'm going to play around with this a little bit and maybe come up with a design that's going to be effective. Yeah, navigation's hard in this game for sure. Yeah, we'll come back to this in a future live stream. I think that this is going to be the problem we tackle in our next live stream, is actually utilizing this technology. We still have 9,900,000 dollarinos to work with. Don't save. We'll scrap this design. I'm gonna have to come up with something more realistic. In the meantime, I appreciate everyone for tuning in and watching. This has been a challenge for sure. But the new ship that we'll be able to build with this antimatter engine is gonna really, really, really change how we do stuff in this game. Like, we're going to be able to do some really cool stuff. I was hoping for some more contracts that would be better. We're going to have to cancel this contract. Sorry, we're going to have to cancel this contract. Science from... Oh, these are easy. Let's do these contracts real quick. Science data from space around Kerbin. Science data from space around the moon. Science data from space around Duna. Those are free money. These are free money contracts. There is such a thing as thermal energy, but I think what you're suggesting is not how the thermal energy in this game works. Thermal energy is produced by some reactors, or you can use beamed power to get beamed thermal energy, but both of those are slightly different things, right? Well, science data from space around Kerbin. We have a science lab. We've not checked in with these guys in a while. We probably should. But we have science in orbit being collected right now in a lab. I'm sure these guys are actually ready to come back home. Their bodies are probably getting a little frail from all the zero G they've experienced because they've been up here for a long time. So we'll pull these guys back in. Probably again in the next live stream we'll send the dagger up to collect them. I was hoping to build, a Matt Lone type crazy ship that can go up and get all the kind of do it all in one go type mission, Oh, we actually have a lot of science up here. Jeez. Yeah, they've been up here for 5 years and 250 days. I'm sure they're ready to come home. Okay. Let's transmit science, shall we? I mean, yeah, we could do that, but we've already collected a lot of science from the kind of regular places, Transmit science, please. There we go. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 66, 77, 88, 99, and done. 17,000 science. Nice. That's good. And that completes science data from space around Kerbin. Excellent. Let's do the moon now. We've got a lot of stuff in orbit around the moon right now. Not that one. Not that one. Actually, we should probably just ditch some of these satellites. I guess they're not hurting anything. Let's switch to Moonsat 2. We'll have it transmit some science from the moon. And then we'll do science from our Duna Prospector mission. That knocks out 3 contracts in one fell swoop. All we have to do is take control of it and have it transmit. This is an old satellite. This satellite's been here for a long time. And none of the science data it has is new, but that doesn't matter for the contract. We just need any science data. The comm network is getting a little cluttered. a lot of comms. Duna. No, focus view. There we go. Switch to the Duna Prospector. Are you talking about Kerbal Space Program, the game we're currently playing, or are you talking about a Juno New Origins? Anyway, log magnetospheric data transmit. 21, 25, 28, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, done. And that's the 3rd contract. That gives us a little money, a little bit of money. A little bit of money adds up to a lot of money. That's the key. So what I really need, right, is we could have an antimatter powered core ship, mothership, and then a lander that can refuel itself and the mothership. That would be the dream, right? Because once we've done that, there's literally no need to come back to the Kerbal Space Center or Kerbin in general. Like, we can just keep going. Rescue a guy from orbit of Kerbin. Yeah, we can take that contract. Genegus from orbit of Kerbin. Yeah, we can take that contract too. Taking those contracts more for the Kerbal than for the money. What if we scaled down the antimatter engines? Right? What if we made the antimatter engines much, much smaller? I don't know if you're allowed to use them in atmosphere. I don't think you can, actually, which is a shame. But we do have engines you can use in atmosphere. We have the ramjets. And in this ideal theoretical world, we could build a lander. Oh man, we could do such really cool things. We could do some really cool things, man. All right, it's time to put the thinking cap on. Let's go space plane hangar, all right? Let's do this one. The Mark II inline cockpit. Do we have an aerodynamic cover for this? Probably not, actually. We probably don't. No, doesn't look like it. Oof. We have a fuel tank that covers it? Probably not. Why would they have this? Why is this the way it is? Okay, disregard. We do the Mark II cockpit. Right? Now. No. We do the Mark III cockpit. Okay, here we go. Now I'm using my thinking brain. The Mark III can carry a crew of 4, right? I guess a crew of 4 is really all you need. Because then we go payload. We do the big payload. In fact, we do the big payload plus a little extra. So we have the super long payload. Now what this lets us do is put all of our juicy hardware inside. So we can put the liquid hydrogen fuel tanks. We can put this guy in there. And then we can put the all-in-one refinery in here as well. Where is it? Utility, all-in-one refinery, right? There it is. Okay. We need some antimatter storage, of course. Where is it? Here it is. Now, we could use the smaller one, or we could use the bigger one. 2 tons, half a ton. Let's try... Oh, it's tiny. It's teeny tiny. Oh, interesting. Oh, fascinating. That I wasn't expecting. It's tiny. It holds a lot of antimatter. Never mind. It doesn't hold that much antimatter. It's a lie. And I hate it. Okay, we use the big antimatter thing. If I can get it to connect. If I can get it. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. Now, hear me out. Hold on. Hear me out, right? We get all this. We pack it inside the cargo bay. I don't want to use the big S. I don't like the big S. Give me the big delta wing. Where is it? Where is it? No. I don't think. No, it's tiny. That's teeny tiny. No. Give me the delta wing. Small delta wing. Oh, here it is. Delta wing. All right. I can scale this up to be big if I want it to be big. Or Or we do it like we did the dagger, where we use structural wing type A, scaled up 2 times. And then we use structural or wing connector C, I think it was, scaled up 2 times as well. Okay. Now hear me out. Right, this is where it gets a little crazy. So we have this all contained, and this contains the important flight hardware, right? All the crazy science stuff, the liquid hydrogen for the interplanetary engine, but now we need the actual engines, and we've got a fuel tank. The Mark III to 2.5 adapter, right? I guess my real question, though, is will this allow me to convert anything into liquid fuel and oxygen? I don't know if it will. That'd be a shame. Because I can't... I can do liquid hydrogen and oxidizer. I guess I could do liquid methane, liquid oxygen, liquid methane, monopropellant, liquid ammonia. Okay, so I can do other stuff in this. High test peroxide, hydrazine nitrous oxide, just hydrazine, just liquid hydrogen. Okay, so we could just use liquid hydrogen as an option. Now, bear with me. Structural. Well, I guess we could just slap the antimatter engine on it just like this, right? That's COA 1. Is we get this far and then we put antimatter engine on like so. We could save space and put it back here like it's a fairing almost. So clip it in. And then just empty this. How much does this weigh? 166 kilograms? That's not terrible, really. And then that's our antimatter engine. So this will get us, this will boogie us around in space. And it's already selected to liquid hydrogen, right? So that's an option. But how do we get into and out of a planet's atmosphere, right? Because I don't think this is able to be used in atmosphere, right? No, it says it can. 5 kilonewtons. Okay. Where's my mass? Lift. Okay. Oh, well, that would probably help. Let's go mirrored symmetry. There we go. Okay. We'll adjust that later. That's fine. So, atmospheric engines, right? Now we have this guy. The KSPIE Sage. So, after the positive reception of the surge, demand surged for more compact, economical versions of for smaller space planes. The widely popular J61 engine was chosen, but some design considerations. Supercritical antimatter gas engine. Okay, so how does this? It's 200,000. That's not terrible for cost. Antimatter storage. So this just does antimatter directly with atmosphere. If I understand this correctly, this goes antimatter, atmosphere. And that's how this makes thrust. Oh, that's a Mark II design for sure. Oh, that looks sick, though. Look at that. Oh, that looks sick. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. What if we... Hear me out. What? Hear me out. Hold on. Does it have other propellant modes? Atmospheric. Oh. I'm getting excited. I'm getting excited. All right. I should have been playing with this the whole time. All right. Back to the Mark II. Does this do what I think it does? Do that. One, that's sick. It has no business being that drippy. Fuel positrons antimatter. Will it work with just regular antimatter, though? I hope it does. Because if I can get this all to fit in a Mark II fairing, payload fairing, then we are so back, baby. We're so back if this works. I need crew capacity since we're using the Mark II. That brings me up to a crew capacity of 6, just with that, which is good. Just thinking practically, we're going to want the, where is it? Mark II Clampetron. So this is actually going to be similar to the Dagger as far as the initial design, right? But instead of all the fuel tanks that we had in the back, it's going to be slender and more streamlined by a lot. So, payload, Mark II cargo bay, fuel tanks. I don't want to use this if I don't have to, because it costs a silly number of dollarinos. We could scale one of these bad boys down. That holds 632 antimatter. That holds 187.5 antimatter. That's not a lot. Man, we might have to fork out the big bucks to make this work. Because these'll fit pretty nicely, actually. What if we make them smaller? Oh, they're not that expensive at all then. 625. Okay. What if we do like a happy medium here to make this work? Because it scales price with the size. See, that wouldn't be too bad right there. That gives me up to 5,000 antimatter with both of these full. Costs 400,000 a pop, basically. This costs... Ooh, and that costs 200,000 right there. How much thrust did that produce again? It was a decent number, wasn't it? But this uses positrons. What other... It's a lot of fuel options. It's a lot of fuel options. Okay. I want to play with this crazy new technology that we unlocked. So let me go, let's go over here to our super special cryogenic fuel tank, right? I could scale this down to fit in the fairing. So instead of becoming big, heavy fuel tank, it becomes nice, small, lightweight fuel tank. I just need you to... Nope. This one. Nope. 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 Oh, there it is. Okay. 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 Maybe we store the antimatter far away from the people. They probably... I don't think the Kerbals want to be sitting right next to the, you know, most powerful bomb ever designed. Okay, and I can fit it all right there. But I could make it longer. Granted, everything has to be scaled down to fit size-wise. But we do have the ability to make... Was it anti-protons that needed to be made? Positrons? What did this run on? Positrons, right? So this generates positrons just very slowly. Not very many. 250 megawatts. Do I have a reactor powerful enough for that? I mean, I guess we have the antimatter reactors. I didn't really want to, like... Oh, it costs so much money, though. Also, that would kind of defeat the purpose, wouldn't it? How many megawatts will this put out if I scale it down to fit? 81 megawatts. Not enough to run this. With a capacity of 250 megawatts. Okay. We do have other options, though. Let's try the fission fusion hybrid molten salt reactor. Ugh, it's big. 592. And it won't scale down lower. Okay, well, that was a waste of money. Shoot. Well, shoot. I should probably just look. It doesn't tell me. It doesn't tell me how much power it produces. Wait, no, it does. 1 gigawatt, 450 megawatts. The liquid metal one's now like the least efficient, right? 220 megawatts. 527 megawatts. This one's pretty lightweight, actually. Spherical tokamak. This is just a pure fusion reactor. Don't we have a stellarator reactor as well? Yeah, stellarator. Fusion reactor. 1.3 gigawatts. That's a lot. Two gigawatt. Okay, here we go. 2 gigawatts. Pebble bed reactor. This is what we're talking about. This is what we needed. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. There we go. 2.5. 1.25. This gives us 250 megawatts. Hey! Hey, that's enough. All right, we found our fuel source, our power source. And then we put this crazy contraption on the back. Hold on. We take... We disable staging on those. That'd be bad. Okay. So atmospheric, liquid hydrogen, liquid fuel, And this uses positrons. Can I convert these to hold positrons? No, I can't. Well, let's just see what this does. Let's just see what this does. Let's make it a plane. Make it arrow. Let's throw the delta wing on it. Center of mass, center of lift. Why is the center of lift so far forwards? Structural wing type A, maybe? What is generating all this lift? Like, actually, what's generating all the lift? Whatever. Never mind. I don't care. I remembered I don't care. And then, you know what we'll do is we'll have a couple little these guys on the back. Those look fun. I like that. For the yaw, we'll do... No, come on. No, go on the right. No, that's not right. Okay, fine. Fine, you can be difficult if you want. And then let's just do regular elevons on this wing. Make them big. Make them fit. Okay, now our center of lift makes sense again. That's good. That's good that it's making sense. Let's drop this down and tuck this in just a little bit. Okay, and then ground, medium landing gear just behind the center of lift, and one in the center. Let's test it out. Let's just test it out and see if the parts work the way I have them set up. Right? Because if it does work, this is an antimatter powered single stage to orbit capable jet. And it's as cool as it sounds. If it doesn't work, huge bummer. Huge bummer if it doesn't work. But we can try and troubleshoot and see why it doesn't work and figure it out from there. That is the beauty of the process. It's all about learning, guys. It's all about learning. Don't crash, please. Okay, let's go ahead and apply the brakes. Turn the lights on. So this is running on liquid hydrogen right now. And those are the options. Why not? Oh, okay. So, cool news. It generates a lot of power. I don't know why it wasn't air breathing. This is going to crash. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Too much. Too much. Okay. So that's a thing. Holy cow. Does it need atmospheric intakes? I thought it would have its own atmospheric intakes, given it has these little, like, ducts. Right? You know, like... It looks like an intake. I would take that to be an intake. But maybe it just doesn't have an intake. I guess we need to add intakes. Jeez. Do we have any good, like, we have this radial. This is optimized for subsonic flight. That's no good. No bueno. There's the shock cone intake, which is optimized for supersonic, but I thought we had a... I know we have a ramp intake. Here we go, adjustable ramp intake. This is what we want. Something like that. Will this work? Maybe. Maybe it just needs some air, you know? We just need to air it out a little bit. Beats me, though. I mean, at this point, your guess is as good as mine. We're literally just guessing and checking. Okay. Let's put the brakes on. Brakes on. Okay, now it says atmospheric. Okay. Intake atmosphere. Positrons. Hasn't used a ton of positrons yet. I'm at like very little thrust right now. Very, very, very little thrust right now. It is burning through positrons rather quickly. Okay. It didn't like it when I accelerated much more than that. Why is it flaming out like that? Not enough atmosphere? Does it need more atmosphere? How much atmosphere does this thing drink? I'm at 30% thrust right now. It's futuristic as all hell. Don't get me wrong. It looks so good. All right, let's try this. Let's scale up the intakes. That did fix it as far as making it use atmospheric, which was good. That's what we wanted. I don't think I can get it to burn regular antimatter. It has to burn positrons, which kind of sucks because we're storing antimatter up there, not positrons. We can still make it work. It's just not, not what we were kind of gearing up for, if you will. Let's do this. Let's make it just a wee bit longer with the payload add-on. And then fuel tanks. Antimatter. No, this just stores antimatter. Which one stores positrons? Can this store positrons? Solar wind. Positrons. It can store 2 positrons. Well, that's not very handy now, is it? Anti-proton Bose-Einstein. Come on. Well, hold on. Let's just put you over here. No. Well, what about our antimatter penning traps? Could those actually secretly maybe store positrons? Also, no. Well, how do I store positrons then? Oh, wait. Positron, Bose, state. Okay, maybe it was... Could you go light speed with this? No, this is still in the realm of real space. 0.4? All right, let's try the bigger one. Bose-Einstein condensate positronium. 1.2. How much does this cost? Not a ton. Just doesn't store a ton. Oh, there we go. Now it works. Okay. So this can store 1.2. This can store 1.2. We can close these up. So storage-wise, not a lot. Unfortunate, but that's the card we were dealt, right? Now, what we hopefully can do, though, is get a lot out of our very small amount of fuel storage. So I'm going to scale this guy way up. I was hoping there'd be some other intake. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like there is, really. We could use shot cones and then, like, 1.25 meter pods on the side, maybe. But I was trying to avoid having to use those. I do like the look of these adjustable ramp intakes. They look cool. Maybe we just need more intakes. Ooh, it's taking a second to load. Oh, there we go. All right, all right. Activate the engine. Right. Let's just monitor our positron storage. So total positrons we've got on board, not a ton, 11.99. This thing gets in the air like a charm, though. We have no pilots on board for some reason. I guess all of our pilots are otherwise occupied. That's cool. That's a problem for a different day, though. Okay, so we can't go above that thrust. We are burning positrons real fast, though. Okay. Can I get higher up? I understand I can switch to liquid hydrogen when the time comes. What's this thing putting out thrust-wise? 420 kilonewtons. Pretty consistent 420. Propulsion requirement met 10. Okay, so we are still atmospheric limited. Holy cow. Now we're burning liquid hydrogen. Very, very aggressively burning liquid hydrogen. It's still got a good ISP. Don't get me wrong. Like 3,000 ISP. What's our next propellant? Monopropellant. All of our propellant's gone. Okay. I'm gonna leave the stream here. We're on to something, right? This could really work. And so far, everything we've put on this is legal and valid and fair. Fuel is going to be an issue. We're going to have to come up with better solutions for fuel. And then air intake is going to be the other challenge. We could just make these, you know, big. And I suppose, like, low mount them, maybe? Or do something like this, maybe? Hold on. What if we did something like that? That kind of looks cool, actually. Oh, wait, that looks sick. Wait, never mind. That looks awesome. We put them all the way back here like that. And then we slap these guys back on. Like this. And then we just have to scoot these farther back. Because the center of mass is still clipping a little bit. But then we scoot in, scoot down. We scoot this guy more forwards and up. I keep saying this is where I'm going to leave the stream off, and then I keep getting more excited about this. It's hard when it's so based. Let's throw a Mark II drone core on it so I can pilot it without a pilot. What if we added like liquid hydrogen drop tanks or something? Or I don't know. We need more fuel. We need more fuel. Can it burn liquid fuel? Like just straight up liquid fuel? It was burning monopropellant. Ooh, it can. Oh, it can. Oh, it can. And with a lot of thrust, too. Gentlemen, we may have our answer. We just throw a little liquid fuel, little thing up there, like that. We can move these forward a little bit. Now. Let's try it. Let's try it one more time. All right, last time for real, and then I've got to end it. I've got something I need to do. But oh, we're so close to something being super, super epic. And this is actually relatively affordable because everything's scaled down to fit inside the fuselage. It actually is relatively an affordable ship. What are we at? Like 220 something thousand? That's nothing. That's a flash in the pan. That's small potatoes, dude. If we get this to work, the Mark II dagger out of here. Done. We just need to figure out a way to make positrons in a cost-effective manner. And like refuel positrons in orbit. We do have the ability to produce positrons. Like there's the cyclotron. If we could put that in orbit, maybe. Actual like thought and research needs to go into this. All right, atmospheric. Okay, this is max thrust. And while it's unstable somewhat, hold on. Let's gear up. Do I need to auto strut you? Okay, let's throttle down a little bit. Stability assist on, please. Let me get a lined up here. It's getting a little wiggly. Okay, that should deal with the wiggles. Positron usage, heavy. Propulsion met. Not met. That's liquid hydrogen. This is liquid fuel. Oh, it's eating up liquid fuel. Jeez. Okay. Could I get this to orbit realistically? Like reasonably, could I get this to orbit? I think I could. I think we could get this to orbit. Yeah, monopropellant. Not very good. Okay, not very good. The liquid hydrogen here, though. That's high enough efficiency and decent enough thrust. We could get this into orbit. 100% we can get this into orbit now. Prograde. All right, let's get this in orbit. This is just, we're just testing. We're just testing. This is all fake, you know. I'll have to find out a better way to select my fuel types. But it seems like I can put literally anything with mass in the engine. Okay. I'm fairly confident I can get this into orbit with this engine. The downside, the challenge is what to do once in orbit. But can it get to orbit? Pretty sure I can, yeah. It'll need some more tweaking. I'll need to figure out a better way to fly it. But yes, orbit possible, 100%. I'm going to leave the stream here. That was wild. We got a lot to learn with antimatter. Needless to say. It looks cool. This thing looks inherently cool. No doubt about that. It's just a matter of can we make it not just cool but also like practical, you know? Because there's a difference between something just being like a cool concept and a cool prototype and actually like, oh, this is a design that would work and would be worth using. As far as stability goes, it's kind of stable. That's probably not supposed to hang out of there like that, out of the bottom. So, all right, we're going to refer to... Thank you guys for tuning into the live stream. This was fun. This was fun, and a lot of new opportunities are open to us. They're going to cost a lot of money. Lots and lots and lots of money. But we could... I mean, if we play our cards right... Because, hold on, look at this. This thing produces positrons, right? I don't know how... Actually, let's test this. How quickly does this produce positrons? Because if we could get up into orbit, we could regenerate positrons in the cyclotron here. Top that off. Then we just need to top off, you know, our liquid fuels. This thing isn't carrying a ton of fuel. So it would actually be relatively easy to refuel. You wouldn't need a ton in orbit. I think this thing carried like 6,000 liquid hydrogen. What, 600, 400 liquid fuel? Maybe? If we could make it carry more liquid hydrogen, I mean, easily could go to other planets. Easily could go to Eve or... Lathe or, you know, any of those. If we could figure out how to get it to land vertically, we could go anywhere. Literally anywhere we wanted. Okay, let's just start charging. Is it? Hold on. Production rate disabled. Produce positrons. Wait, I'm confused. Are you producing electricity for me, Mr. Reactor? Are you just getting hot? Maybe I still don't know how this works. Okay. Well, I'm going to leave the stream here. I still need to figure out how this thing works, actually. Apparently, I still don't understand it. And you know what? That's okay. I'm okay not understanding everything right away because we're going to learn together. And that's the beauty of this game is we get to learn together. So thank you guys for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed it. Hopefully in the next stream we could maybe get this thing not just working but like operational, and we're using it as a primary means of getting around the Kerbal system. Hope you guys are all having good times wherever you are, and I will see you in the next live stream. Take care, everyone.